Just Tagwood's things. I'm afraid the bot is defunct, Sinalti. Oh, it's not that it's broken, it's that it is just no longer present. Twitch bots went out of style and it became no longer worth the maintenance time to me. Also, you might not be aware, on Monday, starting early, starting around 7 a.m. Eastern Time, we are playing Breath of Fire 2 GBA in Really Really Longathon. I pulled up the pictures of Minnie on my phone, and now Mrs. Charles is making heart eyes at the phone. That is a very cute pupper. Hi, I'm good to see you. I'll post the exact time in the Discord with the little time zone adjuster widget. I may have misremembered half an hour in either direction, but it's early. Hey, Sid. Yeah, I saw that. That was tragic. Also, it's more like 2% if you also account for the possibility of him to just not choose to use dice. Because Ryu will survive a Chop Chop. And obviously will survive a regular attack as well. You have to get specifically diced specifically at Ryu. So basically, you were just cursed. Although, you know, if you play any percent, dice on Ryu isn't the problem. Doesn't even lose you time. BSR. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is not within my powers to provide. It would be interesting. Obviously, it would only ever be like a secondary category if we gave it a leaderboard at all. But yeah, just playing a cutscene remover mod, text skip, did something to like turn Breath of Fire 2 into like a 3-hour experience rather than a 6-hour experience. Oops. think that was the cleanest hometown I've ever done. Getting out at like 10:50 is about 10 seconds better than I usually do. Of course we get the instant fight anyway, but for some reason the devs just stuck the highest random encounter in the game outside of level 1 hometown. Yeah, usually both the glitching and the item shop afterward I just am a little slow on. Okay, getting to the mountain without a second fight is still pretty good, though. On bow. On bow. Nice. Aw, come on, Ryu. You can do better than that. I am so disgusted. Okay. Do it that way. It defends! Okay, very cool. Hey, Blink. And this fight really went as bad as it possibly could have. Alright, well that was an otherwise good split with one tragic encounter, which means it's still fine. Okay. This is better than last run. Bo's trying real hard to redeem himself. Not great, but acceptable. Alright, and now we do the tech. Okay, first of all, buttons close, buttons close. Ooh, I can already tell I'm not familiar with that menu. That's 3 runs in a row we didn't get the fight in Mount Fubi outside. That's kind of funny. You've broken the script? Yeah, I guess. If you're level 4, that is a concern. Look at that nice clean outspeed. Blink! I hope you're paying attention. Add this to your notes. The bum's closed tech is it. Okay, Sid, just to clarify, are you having, like, just Ryu and Bo collectively kill the Harpy on turn 1? Is that the issue? Well, nice counters, Ryu. Thanks for wasting time. Yeah, the funny thing is, at any percent levels, even a counter and a crit probably don't kill. Ugh, too many fights. Oh, the bad fight. Oh, I got blinked. Yeah, the downside... Oh, for the fuck me. At least it's a lead off, but what the hell was that? Do it like this. I would say it is not worth hedging against that, because if you split the attacks on the first turn, then instead you're trading the risk of breaking the script for the risk of not killing a Harpy on turn 2, and that is definitely worse. So obviously this is risky coming into the fight without healing, but you know what? It'll be fine. Trying to get some time back after the pretty disastrous second half of Mount Fubi. Ew, time loss. Ew. Did I remember the better armor? Do you mean did I remember to put it back on? In which case the answer is no, I deliberately left it off. It's supposed to stay off. So this fight is always just a risk versus reward balance. You never need defense here, and simultaneously, you always need defense here. It's like, how much do you want to hedge against the oops, Roach got up 7 times? It's just a balancing act. Because Mount Fubi was bad, I played it risky to try and get some time back. If I wanted to play it less risky, I could have re-equipped the armor, or healed. Yeah. How recently have you talked to Pax? Yeah. Fortunately, that guy never answers his texts, so I am not unlucky. The thing to remember about the Roach fight is that playing it safe doesn't just cost time through like whatever you were doing to be safe, whether healing or equipping, but it then costs you more time with a worse death warp. Yeah, if you're not intending to death warp after the fight, then there's less reason to play it so risky. It also just comes down to the basic philosophical difference. Do you want to finish runs, or do you want to get a PB? Both are valid, and like each one should have you doing different strats at various points. Like, in theory, we don't have to YOLO run every fight in Tagwoods. We could just fight them. But, like, if you're just fighting everything in Tagwoods, on average, your times will be worse. You'll get more runs, but they will be less good runs. I'm also personally at the point where, like, I'm very confident in my Breath of Fire 2 fundamentals. I want to be practicing specifics, which means, like, I want to be practicing my sub-6 route. Even though I know like, this run already is not sub-6 material, you just can't afford to be on this pace to sub-6. Bare minimum sub-6 needs to start with like a 20-minute roach or better. But I want to practice the sub-6 route, rather than just practice a bunch of safe strats that I know will never work in a sub-6 run. Why did I try to YOLO run that? That was an interesting little brain flub. Yeah, so I am in a somewhat unique position of having probably more total Breath of Fire 2 experience than the rest of the planet put together. I think most other people will just benefit more from finishing runs. So this is, like, I am not recommending my approach to other people. But for basically everyone who isn't me getting practice with the late game, especially if you're playing glitchless categories where the late game is challenging, like in any percent, at least you can say, like, well, 80% of fights are just Fire Rock anyway, what is there to practice? And there is some truth to that. But the non-glitched categories in particular, there's a lot of late game stuff to practice. And it is worth practicing it. Oh, come on. Yeah, when I'm playing particularly the mid-game, the main thing that I'm trying to do is just improve my muscle memory. Like, knowing which fights are a Fire Rock and which fights are an auto and which fights are casting Fireball with blue, that kind of thing. Like, I know all of them if I think about it, but I want to not have to think about it. The goal is to be able to just do the snap input without having to think. Okay. Come on. No. Oh, I'm already level 6. Jesus Christ, this run is terrible. But at least I can't 21. So I've got that going for me. The scrub is too far out of the way to be a useful set. Come on, come on. Okay, well, that does help. Alright. Look, Sid, why be unlucky when instead you could just be lucky? To be clear, this is still not a good pace, it's just a less disastrous pace than it was a Splitico. But, like, what I'm actually aiming for is, like, a 30-minute Corsair. This 31.5-minute Corsair split is not good. It's playable, but it's not good. I guess this fight I'm supposed to go after the Devil Kid first, which means I can't auto-battle. For next time. Ryu, that's the wrong turn to crit on. Good job, buddy. Nice hunt tile. Okay, herb. I feel like I've seen this movie. I know how it ends. Oh, and we're dead. Aww. Plot twist. Oops. Driving clean. That is so funny. That is the only way to survive being asleep at 2 HP, and it's so unlikely. Welp. Sometimes lucky, right? Well, you know what, Sid? You would see more lead-offs if you played a Super Nintendo category. That's a great bug. Love that bug. Fantastic. Okay, we are through the forest. Good lord. 18. $62. Ow. Three. 103. Ooh. Nice. Okay, yeah, I do believe that that was gold. That felt like gold. I am still kind of healthy though, so... Okay, only Cat left. That was a pretty lucky tag woods, yeah. Now that said, yeah, that split was incredible. However, that just brought us back to a solid pace. It was an incredible split after a pretty bad early game. So this is back to being an okay pace, but it's certainly not insane. Asian hobby talent. Okay, I think that means I'm safe to YOLO it. Yeah. Alright. I don't think we needed the dodge, but I'll take it. Cheeky little time save. Do it, Blink! The power of Charles compels you. Blink, I think all of our early games suck. I don't remember the last time anybody had an early game they were happy with. Now, last run, we had a very, very lucky cat fight. So we are almost certainly losing time here. I think it was the first 4 or 5 turns she just failed taunts over and over and over. It's so crazy. Sid, I think you mean it's so much fun. Do you not love spinning the wheel? Have you not embraced the Gamba? $19. Yep. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nope. Okay, that's fine. 37. 4. $90. $126. 142. 158. 62 health left, 4 hits. 1. Okay. Ass cat. Literally didn't land a taunt. Can't complain about that. Good lord, I thought the last one was good. Okay, this is officially actually a pretty good pace now. I know it says we only saved 40 seconds on that split, but you have to remember we just saved 40 seconds over what was already a crazy gold split. So that was actually 2 just really nutty splits back to back. Yeah, Tag Woods and the cat fight are certainly the place where it is the most nicest to be GBA. That is true. Five, 9, 4, 6, 16, 20, 16, 18, no, 16. 7, 31. Oh, come on! Finish him off! Thank you. Dead. 41. 4. $850, I think, auto? Oh, for sure, auto if Cat's going to crit again. Good night, Ryu. You beautiful boy. Not gold, but pretty good. Yeah. Cat is a certified creature. Sorry, Sid, I'm the mod. I will inspect my own cart. Excelente. Alright, well, we have a genuine alive run and a pretty good pace. That's kind of hype. Nice. Ooh, very nice. There's the level 8. Long turn to crit, cat. Safe. Okay, turns out healing was unnecessary. Alright, let's see if we're lucky. Nope. Thank goodness for that lead off. Otherwise, that is a slow fight. Okay, could have been worse. Okay, I think we had a decent Joker fight last run. Arnina got a crit, which is always nice. Betting Blink setting up his console right now. Yup. I do thoroughly enjoy that there is competition. Speedrunning is so much more fun when there's competition. Good. Oh, not good. But still better than Poison Shot. 200. Food. $400. Not great, but I mean, only one poison shot could be worse. Delightful poison noises. One Joker basement fight, but a good one. Could be worse. Take the encounter reset, that's very nice. Split damage, and then Nina should one-shot each of them. Nice. Very nice. That was a good walk. Okay, thinking ahead to the shop I have to do. Set up the glitch. Repeat the glitch a couple of times. Long sword, chainmail, holy robe, glass ring, bronze shield. Yeah. Okay, sell urchin. Switch longsword. Switch longsword. Home road. Bronze shield. Alright, that was clean. Complaints. Okay, I think I got very lucky random encounters last time, so we expect a bit of time here, unless we happen to get a Creon skip. It certainly helps. Okay, yeah. This is definitely worse than last run. And with the spell casting, friggin', making this as slow as possible. Hey, Nigedon, thank you so much. Okay, counter is good. Yeah, the 3 spell cast is gonna definitely lose time. Well, at least the levels... no, they don't even help, really. I want to try something. Normally I'm just autoing this fight, but Cat and Ryu do pretty low damage compared to Sten and Nina, so I want to see if this feels better. Of course, if Sten crits, then nothing matters, but... that seemed reasonable. Because the attack from Cat and Ryu really don't do much. It's maybe worth attacking with Cat to increase the odds that the Creon dies before it gets a turn. Ryu's attack in particular is low value. So maybe it's defended with 3 attacks. Okay, Creon skip maybe? Maybe? One time? Bueller? Okay, yeah, so here, the extra damage from Cat is relevant, so that's the play. Defend 3 attacks. Okay, and there. You definitely get the cycle coming back. Good. And swing bata. 3, 11, 18. Kill now. The funny thing is this is already worse than the last Terrapin. 17. 52, 59, 66. That's unfortunate, that's really bad. 69. 3, 80, 96. 107. 10. 113. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't give us a Death Warp setup, but... Yeah, losing the minute there wasn't a Terrapin, that was the random encounter. That entire random encounter just cost a minute. Still a 115 Terrapin's okay. We did get some really lucky splits in the PB, so... It's a shame to lose our time lead, but it's fine. So, mostly you measure Terrapin fights by how many times you had to heal, and I did only have to heal once. So it really wasn't that bad a fight. It was just the garbage random encounter that cost the time. That's just the Breath of Fire 2 experience. That's what we're all here for. Okay, that's right. Love the spell casting. Okay, so this is not a good Death Warp fight. Too many enemies and they're doing slow things. Also full HP, yeah, that doesn't help either. Unfortunate random encounter. I think this is the only thing that Sten doesn't outspeed. Alright, good. Always nice when a rolling split goes well. Not getting a random encounter there is going to save some time as well. I'm never really sure if that smoke is good on average or not. It does reduce the odds of getting a fight there, but also it's still running when you try and get the Death Warp fight here, so it slows you down a bit. On balance, I'm choosing to do it just because getting the fight outside Capitan can be so punishing, but... it's the kind of thing that's hard to judge, because in the best case it doesn't do anything, and in the worst case it doesn't do anything. It's all a question of statistics, whether it's worth it on average. Okay, Patnina around. Order. I should have Cat attack Rand, not Rand, because Rand underspeeds these things. Yeah, okay. So now I have to sit through 3 extra attacks. Actually, the problem with Cat staying alive is Cat has the chance of giving them crit counters. What I should actually test is whether Nina can kill Ryu. If Rand and Cat kill themselves and Nina kills Ryu, that's optimal. I just have to make sure that the damage ranges work out. But we had a bad Death Warp last run, so we expect to save time here. If Nina can't kill Ryu, then it just depends on the number of enemies in the fight. Like, one enemy fight, Rand kills Ryu, multiple enemy fight, Cat kills Ryu. Probably, but I do still want to test the Nina thing, just to be sure. Got another Rand roll to do. Woo! Saved it. Good. Gave me a heart attack. Good fight, please. That qualifies. Okay, we had a 3-fight door last run. Let's see if we can do better. Yeah, if there's only one enemy, or maybe even if there's 2 enemies, you kind of want Cat to just kill herself immediately to remove the risk that Cat counters and takes you out of the fight. Which is, of course, a big time loss. Cat kill Ryu, Nina kill Cat. You can do it that way. The downside is that if you have characters like the Nina kill Cat thing, Cat can dodge those attacks when she can't dodge her own attacks. You do try to avoid people targeting each other for that reason when possible. Like, of course, someone has to target Ryu, there's no way around that, but other than that, you'd like to minimize it. Okay, heal. And smoke. In any case, definitely with the fight I had with 3 enemies, you definitely want Cat killing Ryu, because Rand forces you to sit through 3 extra attack animations, and that's definitely bad. What I'm less sure about is the, like, the 1 or 2 enemy fights. Oop. Those were the correct inputs if I was still running with Rand in slot 4. they are not the correct inputs this way around. Oh no, Nina does outspeed Ryu. Okay, never mind. I forgot that. Yep, and the one left. Okay, Rand is just going to take poison damage until we get to the next smoke tile. Yeah, the intention is attack with Rand, thunder with Nina. The attack with Ryu was just me forgetting my party order. Son of a! So close. Oh, it's a bad fight too. Well, good night, Rand. Okay. Heal. Yeah. Okay. Smokes? They do nothing? At least we're getting lead off, so it could be worse, but still. The smokes, they do nothing. Hey, Pax. Good to see you. Nice life BL drop. Pax, I want you to know, this encounter RNG is your fault. But also, we didn't get a single roach getup today. Wow. Sure. Okay, I am going to menu to heal that just in case Nimifu goes for Thunder. Alright, all told, that was not a terrible Witch's Tower. We definitely had more time to save than this, but it will still save some time. Just not much. Good job, Cat. Okay. The heal was unnecessary, but whatever. It was RNG manip. If I hadn't healed, she would have gone for the quad Sweet Breath. Even Ryu's trying to contribute. Look at that. 39 whole damage. Oh, I guess we're not saving time, huh? That's kind of sad. Whoops. Overshot. I'm gonna get punished for that. If I had thought of it immediately, I could have just gone back up the stairs to reset the random encounter, but whatever. And of course, we get the Senate. The fight is faster than typing out the meme? Yeah, it actually is. Okay, not bad. Better than last one. The lead off just for good measure. Pat, Nina, Jean, Frog and Friend. It's stupid, I did it. I almost talked to him with the frog. That would have been embarrassing. Frog. Take the safe path. Okay, so last run, I was actually short on money here and had to get creative after duplicating the Socklet armor. That will not be a problem this time. You're wondering the value in death warping out of the tower? I've tested it before, and on average, walking is faster. Of course, you're welcome to do your own tests, but death warping out of the tower was MCon's original route, and I tested it when I started playing any percent, and I was pretty convinced that walking is faster on average. Sid would die faster. It wasn't the guard, Sid, it was the old man with the dragon. You have to talk to the old man with the dragon with Ryu. Of course, in the very worst case, walking will be slower, like if you get 2 fights on the way out of the tower and then also a bonk fight. But, like, in the best case, you just don't fight anything, and then it's way faster. Like I said, you're welcome to test it. Okay, coming up, Curse of the Socklet Armor. I think my Socklet Armor is in slot 1 already, because I just used up my last smoke. But I'll double check. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Switch. Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to do the Death Warp strat, Sid, you save by the boat. The thing that makes the save by the boat and then Death Warp less fast than you think it should be is just how long that forest walk is. If you didn't have to walk all the way through the forest again, Death Warping would be better. Nice Cure 3 Bozo. Nice. Yeah, we had a rough time getting out of MFX Tower last run. That makes sense. Oh, also I wasted time fiddling around in the shops. That's right. Alrighty, so it's Catran Sten in front. Save. Equip. Don't need to smoke. Okay. Stat. Ram. View. And peace. No fight? No fight. Love it. It looks a little suboptimal that I arrange the party so that Sten and Rand are 2 spaces apart, so then I have to shuffle twice to get Rand in front. The thing is you want your party in this exact order for the rest of High Fort, Steema Fort, that one. That's the one I skip. And the shuffle is just generally less time and effort than actually rearranging the party twice. Cool. Max, T-Dragon. And no dice. Good night, cat. I'll take it. Yeah, in GBA, it's possible that Cat instead of Nina is good. In SNES Glitchless, the reason for Nina is that some of the bonk fights you can get are substantially faster with a spellcast, particularly like Thunder on the Komodo, stuff like that. In GBA, maybe you just have enough levels that it's not an issue. Have to remember to talk to the guy. Again? 10. Okay, we're getting lucky with the bonk fights. It removes enemy attacks if she's actually one-shotting things. Is the main thing. It's glitchless, there's not very many things she's one-shotting. To be precise, I'm talking specifically about the bonk fights you get at Capitan. The Stoolie and the Deathbeat and the Komodo. Those are the fights where Nina is more useful than Cat in SNES glitchless. Or you can just stop bonking, that is true, yeah. Okay. And now, of course, we get to roll the dice on getting a gold. Everyone's favorite part of the run. Frog blocked again. And again, and again, good lord. Okay, upcoming fight, just defend. And then in the door, and then heal and smoke. Cool. FPL, W fruit, and LBL. Smoke. And now we pray for Glod. You do not have Glod. Be gone. So there's a line in my notes for this section that just says auto all randoms, and that line brings me joy. I love it when I can just turn the brain off. Nope, it just lasts 5 turns. There's nothing you can do about it. Glod? No Glod. I mean, this is a lot of mimics. The odds have got to be pretty good. Glod? Never lucky. Attack, Moondrop, T-Dragon. Okay, good. 22. 8. I think it's just attack, T-Dragon. No, it's defend, attack, T-Dragon. Yeah, because if Cat crits, then I don't want Sten attacking and proccing counterattacks. This way the dragon doesn't quite kill him, but Rand will. So this is, on average, slightly faster. Oh, never mind. Miscounted my damage. Yeah. So there, if Cat had not crit, then Rand would finish it off, and even if somehow it survived Rand's attacks, then Cat gets another turn before the worm does. So there's no real point to attacking with Sten there. Glod! Okay, also, note to self, do not forget to W Fruit Ryu at the smoke tile. I summoned the Glod. I saw the extra text box and got really excited, but it was just a level up. That's so unfortunate. Also, why are there so many fights? Yeah, I'll be healing. Yeah, don't worry. The reason I mentioned the W fruit is I forgot to do it last run. Good night, cat. Well, now I have to menu, so... Bless! Every time. Okay, yeah, so I thought it felt like there were too many random encounters. I forgot my last smoke. Oops. Well, on the one hand, losing time to extra encounters. On the other hand, we got the gold, so it was worth it. That's pretty good. Just speedrun optimal smokes missing until you get the gold. That's definitely not correct, by the way. You do still want to smoke here. I'm gonna be a little mad if I get a second gold drop here, because that's actually a problem. And I didn't W Fruit Ryu. Okay, good, no smoke. No gold. Okay. So this will be either 2 or 3, depending. I'm still remembering Ryu needs a fruit. Okay, good. 2 fights. Ooh. Okay, I mean, 1 is still really good, even if it was almost none. Come on, team, where are the crits? Seriously, where are the crits? This is not how we drew this up in practice. Mind the time save. Son of a... I mean, it's a quick fight, but that is really irritating. That can technically happen. It's a real pain in the butt when it does. There's not much you can do about it. Okay. Oh, bomb. Good. Okay, so we basically held pace, which, considering we forgot a smoke, is pretty good. And this time we got a gold drop. So that's minus 10 seconds there, but we're going to gain like a minute and a half later. Okay, tap yourself, tap yourself. I think this is another case where Sten is supposed to attack Ryu, not Rand. Should get out of the habit of doing that. Not bad, though. Alrighty. That was fun. Attack, 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 Thunder Dragon. Good start. I think this turn cancels. Nice. Okay, attack. Moondrop, attack, attack. Alright, the Moondrop was unnecessary, but that's the safe strat. If he uses the Wii on Sten, then things can get dicey if you don't use the Moondrop here. So this is the safe play. And usually you still end up with enough damage to turn cancel. With a crit, definitely. Yep. There we go. And Shimmy. Yeah, if you haven't healed to this point, that Shimmy can be spooky, but with the Moondrop, it's not a problem. Okay, we have a cheeky little time save. Where'd that come from? If you want to, you can just go full YOLO on that fight, but it only saves a few seconds when you get it, and it does make the fight a lot riskier. I'm down to gamble the run, but not for such a small time save. Okay, next up, we are... Oops, we have to walk first. Oops, oops, oops. Rand Cat Jean, Frog in Front.
Wow. I haven't done a rand roll that good in a while. That was super clean. He says, patting himself vigorously on the back with both hands. That was really satisfying, though. I'm very happy about that. We've only got the one tricky rand roll left, the high fort one, which is not as hard as that one. Beau Stenjean, dog in front. Beau Stenjean, dog in front. Withdraw 100k. With the crossbow, the stick rod, and the gold. Alrighty then. And now I just have to not mess up the dialogue. Good walk pattern, please. Oh, come. Nope, you are literally as far away as you can be. And you're walking away from me. Okay, I think last time we got 3 fights in the Trout House. Bow with the outspeed? You don't see that very often. Aha! Love it. Okay, 2 is good. The fact that it was literally the very first step for the first fight was spooky, but it worked out. Trout House is always spooky because unlike in other encounter areas where you have a rough idea of how many fights you're going to get based on how far you have to walk, you never know when you're just going to get completely dicked in here. You have 3 fights on back-to-back tiles. Hey, sir, Trout House. Yep. Not to be confused with the Outhouse, although they are both full of shit. Attack! Be good. Oh, we appear to be saving some time here. I think I fucked up my random rolls last time. Oops. Boink. Yeah, that's pretty good. Typical Charles run. Yep. This run is going well. I think we're not getting egregiously lucky. It's more that nothing bad is happening, and more importantly, I'm not making mistakes. Or at least not many and not big ones. Little inaccuracies, but I think that's the main thing between this run and previous runs, is I just feel like I'm playing better. Now, one place where we might have to give some time back, both of the fishes in the last run were first try fish spots. Which, of course, is not guaranteed. We might lose time trying to get a fishing spot. But there's nothing you can do about that. It's pure RNG. Let's see what we get. Okay, so this Death Warp, it's Sten attacking you. And otherwise everyone attacks themselves. You know what? I should add this Death Warp information to the notes. By default, assume everyone attacks themselves, with exceptions being noted. That would be a good idea. In fact, if somebody wants to just quickly hop in the Discord and leave a note in the Breath of Fire 2 channel, it's like, add Death Warp info, idiot. Those exact words, please. To me. Summon the random battles. You. Scramble? What was that? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I think this works. The defense is necessary so that Sten's second attack doesn't go into the gong. Look at that crisis management. Friggin' nailed it. Alright. And now we hop. Okay. Oop. Did not mean to re-frog. Come on, where are the fish? Think that's good? Fish, 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 fish. No fish? God damn it. Fish? Thank you. Okay, well, it was the second try fish, but one of them was just a lead-off attack, so that's not bad.
So equip the gold to Ryu. I have to sell everything. Buy one ice chunk. Thank you so much, Princess. It is so far going well. So one thing that I did forget was before selling my inventory there, when I was in the menu equipping the gold to Ryu, I was supposed to also clean the inventory, which would give me a stack of 9 smokes, whereas now I have a stack of 6. Which is not a huge deal, because a couple of the upcoming smokes are fairly optional. I'm just going to have to be a little bit careful. At least the fights in here are low cost, so if we get an extra fight, it's not that big a deal, but still, we would prefer not to. We're probably going to get a second one before the door because of how early that one was.
Oh my goodness! At least that one's a lead-off, but yeah, this is a very bad whale. That's 5 fights and probably a 6th. This is probably a 7th? This is very possibly the worst whale I've ever seen. This is a tragedy. I mean, it's still not going to lose huge amounts of time because Fire Rocks, but yeah, this is atrocious. Yeah, that was 7 encounters. Normally you get about 3 for clarity. I have never in my life seen a 7 encounter whale, and I never want to see it again. I think we lose a minute here? Unless we get a really good Munmar. Okay, that's fine. Some crits would have been good, though. Yeah, that was a terrible split. Okay, Rio in front, and then exit. We are going to get that minute back because we have a gold this time, so we don't have to go to the Upa Cave. But still, that's really disappointing.
Aw. Glitch on Ryu. Good, no fight. Ship. Well, well, well. What do we have here? I do not apologize for that joke. Okay, now we're headed to Guns. Switch a bunch of stuff. And Ichichi, Chichichi, Chichi. Makes me tingle too, lady. Now we're sailing to Tunland, smoking on the beach. Circus. Moke if you got him. And we get the fight anyway! Frig. At least it's a lead off. That would have been really irritating. Alright. Love that glitch. Okay, rock, T-Dragon. I'm gonna have to scroll for this because I forgot to clean the inventory. Rock. Are you gonna slap me? Please don't heal. Heal. He's gonna get mad. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Slapping me is faster, but whatever. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? 4 minutes. Alrighty then. I will accept being 4 minutes ahead. That is not bad. Okay. So next party is Rand Spar Bleu Vegetable Inferno. And do not forget to get the warp point at Tunlin. Holy shit, that was embarrassing. Rand Spar Bleu. Tunlin. I'm not sure if this is worth because it's only 2 tiles, but ooh, we made it. Okay. I'm gonna declare that the encounter reset was worth it then. Close. Okay. We're 2 tiles away from being able to roll. Still, that was very good. Nice. Fish. Fish. Alright, so a second try fish and a first try fish. That is pretty good. Almost perfect. But I probably don't. Okay, 5. 2 fast shoe. No, 4 fast shoe, hold star. Alright. That was very close to perfect. Slightly fudged the mini wing, but good enough. And we definitely have to time warp here. Okay, cat bleu sten, monkey in front. Cat bleu sten. Shoes to sten, warp to high form. Okay, so because of the whale, I have 1 extra inventory slot. I used 1 more fire rock than usual. So, in addition to the usual item shop here, I can afford to get an extra 9 Helpiels, which means that I'll be able to heal more mindlessly. Actually, I can just buy extra W fruits. That makes more sense. Because I'll have Cure 2 on both Sten and then on Rand later. We really don't need to heal in High Court. Hey, Krauser. If this streamer doesn't PB, he'll give 10 subs. I'm afraid you heard wrong. However, I am still going to try and PB anyway. This run is going pretty well. We're slowly running out of things that could ruin our time. Hey, Gangrel, good to see you too. So this is certainly a good run, but this is not the God run. Like, we're definitely on a sub 610 pace, but not a sub 6 pace. The sub 6 pace has to be at least like 3 minutes faster still than this, which is achievable, but will require a lot of good luck. All we really need for this run to world record is a decent Thieves' Tomb and nothing terrible to happen with the cat strat. Those 2 things, not only do we world record again, but we get the comfortable sub 610. However, of course, either of those things could go awry, but this is promising. Short of hoping for the actual God run, this is, like, you can't complain about this. Although, I'll be real. Here's a peek behind the curtain at what motivates me. I am not that motivated by improving the world record. I'm not even that motivated by the sub 610. What I am motivated by is the fact that Blink is going to start doing runs again, and I want to make his job as hard as possible.
I am motivated by Blink's suffering. Okay, so we're going 18 health ELs and 36 W fruits. I am motivated out of spite. Absolutely. That is the most true appraisal of my character there ever was. Okay, I'm a level 13 Sten, so I do not need to equip the blended mail in the second round of the fight. And for this round, I can just do a little old punch in the face. And one more. Excellent. Obliterated the world record. I love it. That's exactly what I cheer for. Alright, it is just all fire rock. Whoosh. Hey, look at that. Cheeky little time save. Yeah, sometimes you just smack talk the wrong person. Such is life. But like, if you're smack talking, you have to be prepared to be upstaged. Like, that's the game. Those are the rules. If you don't want to get dunked on, then you must not dunk. Aw, thank you. First of all, we're gonna quit Hold Scarf. Alright, and now we are going to declare no random encounters in the Sten solo section. We have declared it, and now it must happen. That's how probability works. Good start. Oops, one step too far. There's no encounters here, so it's not a problem. That's a fire rock. Oh dear. Oh no, it's fine. Never mind. I forgot. In glitchless, that would have been run ending, but in any percent, it's fine. Sten has armor.
Ye olde encounter reset, which means we should be safe. Okay. There are technically encounters here, although it's a short enough room that with the low encounter rate, it's very unlikely to see a fight. And same thing here. Alright, there we go. So we got one fight, but that was fine. One fight in the biggest room of the solo section is expected. Okay, so step one, I have to give the fast shoes to Cat, and then we start walking. And then single enemies are an auto attack? No, the single Pharaoh is an auto attack, and a single Wisp is an auto attack, and everything else I think is a Fire Rock. Shoes. In shoes we trust. Now we'd like to get some lead-offs to preserve the Fire Rock supply. That's an auto. Wow, this is a really good walk. It's a Fire Rock. Fire Rock. Darn. Really good walk. Holy moly, good walk. That was incredible. So we're not getting lead-offs, but, I mean, the fact that we're just not getting very many fights in the first place is another way of preserving Fire Rock, so that's okay. Just one more fight? Yeah, that might be two more fights. Kind of a long way to the stairs from here. Both rooms fight right before the stairs, and still no lead-offs. Okay, so W Fruit Rio, Hero BT's on Cat. You. You know what, Krauser? I think the all-powerful sorceress can wear whatever the hell she wants. I'm not gonna say shit about it. Attack, attack, attack up Cat, Thunder Dragon. Make sure we're in Scramble. Are we in Scramble? Yes. Attack. Give him the boop. Where's the crit? That's not a crit. How about? That's not a crit either. Friggin' Cat. Okay, that's fine. Can't auto though because of blah, so we can attack, attack, defend, defend. This kills, I think. Nice. Lost a little bit of time because of no lead-off attacks, but good split. Oh, I don't have chat rules. Unless Twitch itself blocks you for it, all is allowed here. Everything is permissible. Use your judgment. Don't be a dick, basically. Okay, I don't need to W Fruit Ryu because we're in any percent. Son of a... It should have been a fire rock. That was a mistake. Okay, well that ended up being about as good as a fire rock. That's gonna mean a little more time loss, because we had no encounters in the PB. Alright, one decent encounter. Could be worse. Probably we're gonna end up being around -4 flat. We would love to see the critty Cat. Come on, Cat. Come on, Cat. You can do it. That's not a crit. Cat, Cat, what are you doing? Do not die. Okay, good dodge. That's also not a crit. Well, I mean, we still one-rounder, but we could have saved a bit of time and we didn't. Okay, Sten's got me. Yep. Alright. So we lost about 30 seconds over the course of Hypeport, and it was just less good encounter luck. Nothing you can do about that. On the whole, though, still 4 minutes ahead. Not bad. And we still have a decent Fire Rock supply.
If I'm remembering right, I think we had a very strong mid game in the PBs, so I'm not going to be surprised if we bleed a little bit of time. Where we lost time again is the after Memory, walking to Fog Valley, then doing Sky Tower, walking to Farmtown. That all went tragically in the PB. There's time to save there. Okay, so after we get out, it's the collar and the fast shoe onto Kit Kat and warp to Tunlin. Posture check. I just realized I was hunched over my keyboard. Collar, fast shoe to Cat, warp to Tunlin. An entire game of just Sten's backstory? That would be interesting. I wonder if I'll be able to save time in the Queen. I feel like my Queen last time was just average. Yo, Pax! They're at war with your Roach RNG. It's too high. Oh, no, exactly the right tile. No fight, please. Son of a... At least it's a lead off, but... Dislike, dislike. Yeah, the High Fort and Queen and Memory are all places that are a lot smoother in the speedrun when like you have the route memorized, but can be really irritating casually the first time you play the game. Now it is time to time warp. It's my turn. It is kind of annoying that you have to do that twice, the way it lines up, but oh well, nothing else to do about it. I think we had a good but not amazing Mount Maori as well, so possibly we could save a smidge of time here. Hey, no fight, please. This time, maybe you'll listen. Hey, sometimes lucky. Okay, a single non-Ganga enemy is an auto. Multiple enemies are Fire Rock, and Ganga is Run. Or maybe we'll just get lead-off attacks this time. That'd be nice. That's unfortunate. You can often get to that door without a fight. Well, the lead off is nice, but you can usually run from those anyway. And door. Good. Door. Yeah. Ooh, this fight sucks. Really? Oh, that's unjust. You're definitely losing time now. Definitely losing time now, good lord. Wow, we're losing a lot of time. Yeah. Son of a... I was right there! Well, minus 30 seconds again. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I guess maybe... So, the thing, you can Thunder Dragon the Ganga plus Meated fight. The problem is then the Meated outspeeds Ryu and can Sweet Breath. So you don't want to do that. You do want to Fire Rock. This really isn't a good way of dealing with that fight. Catran Bleu. Oh no! That's the worst imaginable pattern. Alright, let's hope we find a Dinker. What I'm doing here is just a little memory trick. I walk one tile further away from the door for the first fight, and then one tile back closer to the door on the second fight, so I can just visually see whether I've done a fight or not, and it removes some of the memory work. Since I am notoriously small-brained. So here I can see that I got my tile down from the door, so I know that was only fight number one. Miso soup, that's the wrong one. Plus wisdom, what do I even do with that? I guess it goes on rand, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, only 2 more left here. This room is done. Kind of funny that I got that fight so fast. I had a lot of room left. Would have been nice to get the fast fight in here. Two. Now I need to menu, do some W fruiting, like yelling. Okay, good fight. The dragon isn't going to quite kill because Ryu just leveled up, but Rand will finish it off. Actually, I forget. How much damage do you lose from this level? Oh, never mind. I'm mistaken. This is one of the levels where the leveling doesn't lose you dragon damage. So that's how you deal with a single fatty fight. The reason to defend with Cat on turn 1 is Cat outspeeds the fatty, so if it runs, then you haven't wasted 2 attack animations with Cat. Ooh, we get that fight instantly. Okay.
And once again, I'm one step down from the door, so I can remember. Easy. Up. Attack Batty. Attack Batty. Batty stays, okay. So killing the fatty here with like 3 to 4 attack animations is very slightly slower than a Thunder Dragon, but this has the upside of you could get lucky with crits, which makes it faster, or you could also, sorry, grammar. And even if you don't get the crits, it's still a hair faster because you don't have to menu afterward. It's really cutting out the menu afterward that saves the time. It'll be even faster once I'm used to the inputs. No, we're already done this room. Okay. This fight, on the other hand. Wow! We got all 3 of them. Okay, good fight, good fight. Again, Ryu might be missing a bit of damage here. Yeah. It's okay, so... I guess when you get that situation where Ryu's lost damage to a level up, and you get 3 fatties, you can just W fruit with Cat before dragoning. That might be worth. Blue should be leveling any fight now. Very close to 36. There she is. Look at that. Aw, thank you, Sid. Without crits, this is a little bit slower than dragoning, but... the odds of getting 0 crits at all are pretty low, so it's worth taking the risk. Okay, fatty, defend, fatty. How'd the run go? Nice. That room is done. Four fights left. Sid, this is something you might want to steal. Notice that I'm pacing an extra tile away from the door. Ooh. I do my first fight of the room pacing an extra tile away from the door, and then do the second fight pacing at the door, so that I can just visually see at the end of a fight whether I have an extra fight left or not. It removes some of the memory work. I recommend you steal.
So this is the same idea as using Flame before the Thunder Dragon, but the Cat attack is slightly faster than Flame. But it's the same idea. So if you don't do the attack with Cat there, then the Peption takes its own attack, which is usually about the same amount of time anyway, because it can Fire Breath. Only do the attacks that actually have high damage. Okay, there wasn't a single fatty that ran away this fight, or this queen. Which actually does slow us down a bit, but it does mean we have a ton of experience, so we should be safely level 28 on Ryu before Barberry, which means we can probably cut out the dragon armor. Which is good, so that's time save later. Okay, Rend, Bleu, Spar, plant in front. I think I'm competing against a pretty strong split here, but we'll see. That helps. Okay, let's see if I can avoid messing up the Rand roll. Oop! Okay. I'm gonna do this to be safe. It's a couple seconds, but that's fine. Better than getting a fight.
Shoot. Okay. Not super clean, but then it doesn't need to be since you can't get fights here. If you're gonna mess up your rand rolling at any point, this is the best place to do it. Come to me, old guy, and fight. Right. This is going pretty well. Probably one more fight. Oop. I always forget that room exists. I was thinking of this room. There's the fight. Okay, that was pretty good. Scramble, Fire Rock, attack, attack upper end, Thunder Dragon. Okay, that's good. That should kill. Not bad. Think we just got one more encounter. Wow, I'm getting so punished. Wow, I'm really bad at this. Fucking unlocking. Ah. This is a stupid way to lose time. And also, apparently, you can get bonk fights after killing Arahamel. I didn't know that. Or maybe... Oh, I bet I know what it is. Okay. I have a theory to test. I think it's not that you can't get bonk fights in memory. I think it's that there's specific tiles here that you can't get bonk fights on. Okay, hang on. Bye. 6. 6. I've got those frisbees.
Well, that is the first real blunder I've made in the run. It's tragic. It was going so well. We're losing time on this split. That's early enough to be dangerous. Could get another fight before the door. Alright, that's lucky. I'm kind of disgusted that we gained time on this split, considering. But yeah, I guess we just didn't get any other encounters. That was not a good split from a gameplay standpoint. But yeah, if it works, it works. But like, man, I'd rather save time because I played well rather than because I got lucky. Probably get a fight here. The verdict is... No. Okay, at least this isn't Bogers. But this is so early that we're almost certainly gonna get a second fight. Okay, well... better lucky than good, I guess. Not me. Yeah, the sample platter fight is pretty funny, isn't it? Well, I mean, we're saving time on this split because our Fog Valley last time was a tragedy. At least this section is nice and brainless. Nothing bad can happen, really. Even the golem casting fireball isn't really a problem.
Hey, Nitrodon, Farmville time it is. Yep. It's time to see if Rand remembers how to crit things. The verdict appears to be no. That's alright. Nice. And that's a two-shot. 736. That's a reasonable damage number. Normal and non-threatening. Goodness, my hands got ahead of me. Okay, attack up, T-Dragon, defend. Crit, please. Come on, one crit. No, alright, we're gonna take a third turn then. Slow fight. Yeah, slow fight, he says, as he golds. Okay, but like the walk from Spoo down here was very lucky. That wasn't the golem fight being good, that was the random encounter being good. Random encounters. Or lack thereof. Yeah, Blink, not all of us can be like minus 5 minutes in the early game. Some of us have to work for our gold splits. Oh. Oh, screw. 'Tis here that we smoke. Okay, we made it to the door. Nope.
Twitch mobile does suck. Yeah, what are you doing on mobile, Sid? Get off that. Sorry. Sid. Get yourself off the trash platform. Moving is a pain in the butt, Blink. You are not wrong. I don't know, Sid. I will go through a lot to not have to look at Twitch mobile. There are no good mobile apps, and yet somehow Twitch manages to be the worst one. Okay. Medicate auto. Easy enough. Nice. Good job, Rand. And split. Okay, heal Rand, warp to Windia. Nina.
Okay. Blended mail and a holy scarf. Wow. Okay, that's good. Okay. And now the movement. Got it. All right. Now we roll the dice. Defend. Nice. Auto. No! Oh, that's a tragedy. Okay. Agility down? It doesn't do anything. Sid, the point is if you get hit while not defending, you die instantly. All you can do is minimize the odds that you get hit while not defending, and it has the lowest chance to do that on turn 2. Yeah, see, like, you're not living that. Well, that was 30 seconds slower than it could have been. Could be worse. But, like, yeah, that's unfortunate, because it was going really well. Blink, what he's talking about, the script, is the Guardian is not supposed to attack on turn 1. The only reason it's able to attack on turn 1 is because there's a typo in the AI script. The intended behavior is that it will always cast a debuff spell on turn 1, and that works correctly on GBA. So that fight is 100% safe in GBA, and it's actually nothing to do with levels, it's just the fact that the script works correctly. We know it's a typo because we trust Nitrodon, and Nitrodon says it's a typo. That's incredible. So we got no random encounters in the entire dungeon, but we died to the Guardian. So it's only okay. That son of a... That would have been incredible if we just didn't get the 1-3.
Stretch break! Stretch break. Hey, Valzin. It's been pretty good, although it certainly could have been better. Like, we've had a lot of splits that were just pretty good. And the thing is, our world record run that we're comparing against was all over the place. It had some crazy gold splits, and it also had some absolute tragedy. So just pretty solid is gonna overall gain time, but like not on every split. Alright, and as always, beaks out for the toucan strat. And now we're going to pray for no bad encounters, particularly no Chimera. Hey. Not a great encounter, but it dies to a T-Dragon, so it's alright. Okay, saved a little time, not bad.
It is so satisfying to skip the Charm Rod. Screw that thing. No one likes fishing. Alright, and after this is Thieves' Tomb. The legendary Thieves' Tomb, and we all get to yell at me about my choice of strat. There is... Okay, there was no split here, because in addition to all of the other tragedy that happened here, I also just straight forgot to split. But, yeah, nah, we're gonna save some time here. It wasn't just that. It was getting a fight on the way in, and just messing up my movement and taking a fight not on the tile. In addition to taking many fights. Bad luck plus unforced error. And again. Yeah, the optimal outcome is unlikely, but I'm not going for optimal here. I just want not Garbo. I feel like not Garbo should be achievable. Getting this is also annoying. Ha ha! Ah! And that's why we do this strat. I am all smiles right now. It's not about the pace, it's not even about the time save, it's about the endorphins. Oh yeah, that's a gold. Now flying to the Armory. Oh, forgot my directions. Emblem Rapier. switch. Damage sword, brave armor, mother robe, sunrise, or shield. I did test this. It is very slightly faster to fly back to Cotland than it is to warp, just because the warp animation is slow. You know what we say, Sid? Holla holla and get dollar. Okay, so fly to Farmtown, and it's Ryu Rand Lunina. I'm kind of excited to see what our Necroman time is, because we also had a not particularly good Bando. The damage sword is mostly for Deathhaven, yeah. You don't do a whole lot else with it. Like, it has very, very marginal upside in that, like, if Ryu does any relevant counters, they'll be a little stronger. But overwhelmingly, yeah, it's just for Deathhaven. Likewise, the extra hero BTs on Ryu are just really a Deathhaven thing. Rand attack up on archers. The archer strat is attack up the first one, and then depending on who gets hit, either attack up or Thunder Dragon the second one. Lunina. Alright, Scrambo, T-Dragon, attack, attack up, defend. Scramble, T-Dragon attack, defend. In theory, you could throw a Fire Rock with Nina here to guarantee the one-round kill. The thing is Blowout speeds him anyway, so if he's still alive at the end of the turn, just Fireball him, save you a Fire Rock. And if Rand crits, then the Fire Rock / Fireball animation is unnecessary. Alright, so here we go with the Fireball. Just like that. Just in case I fight something bad that needs a T-Dragon. Like this. Yeah, 1.5 minutes is what I measured it at too. Too many fights. Okay, I guess that works, yeah. Alright. One fight, one lead off is actually good. We got lucky with the long walk at the end. You can make this trigger slightly faster by stepping off the tile and on the tile again, but it adds 8 tiles of movement to the room, which is going to get you an extra fight a non-trivial amount of the time. You can attack up and punch here, but Thunder Dragon is a little faster, I think. I think Sid means fuck the stepping on, off and on the switch to trigger it faster. Not worth. And I agree, it's not worth. Yeah, so there, an extra 8 tiles of movement would very likely give me a fight. Aw. For some reason I thought that was always a kill. Okay.
Okay, the drain on Ryu means it's no longer worth using a dragon. That's alright. The reason to do the zombie fight that way is you can't stop them getting one action, like one round each, and that way you minimize the damage that Ryu and Rand takes, which then minimizes the chance that you need to heal in this fight. Scramble. Yeah, I've got lots of fire rocks, that's good. Attack that Rand. Good. That's 650. That should kill. And if not, we can fireball with the... Decent time. I did make one mistake there. I used one more fire rock with Nina than was necessary. I didn't calculate the damage right. I think it's okay. I should still have enough for the strats, but I will count before the guard dies. Okay, so take the holy scarf off Nina. Give it to Blue. Give the fast shoes to Ryu. Heal. I could have exited with Nina. Yeah, that Bando was definitely just average. I have seen much faster Bandos. I think I had to dragon 2 random encounters, when, like, you can sometimes just have to dragon 0. I'm going to save more time on this split, because in the last run I had forgotten to do the post-Thieves' Tomb armor shop and had to do it here. So, 45 seconds maybe?
party is Rand Blue Cat.
Stretch break while the happening happens. Now, one unfortunate thing we have to look forward to is while the PB is definitely not anything special, it does have a very strong Borrowberry split. So it is very likely that I will lose a little bit of time right at the end. Okay, Rand the cat. T-Dragon, heal Ryu, defend. Hey, Highborn. So, I mean, what's happening is that the PB was not a good run, and this is a good run. That's basically it. Not really thrilled at the prospect of jinxing my luck with an hour and change to go, but I am pretty happy to see. Like, this feels like the first really good any percent run that I have performed. Not in terms of how lucky I got, but in terms of how well I played. So far. There's still time to choke. Choking is always an option. Hey, Danda. Yeah, I did see the Breath of Fire 4 release on Steam, although, like, it's not actually that hype because it was already on GOG, and I think the Steam version has DRM, GOG version doesn't, so... but, like, yeah, cool to see more Breath of Fire. Okay, heal up, clean, and then switch Snake in front. Unlucky. Kind of soon. So one of the little route improvements we made was putting 2 fast shoes on Ryu, so he outspeeds these things in particular. Speeds the fight up a lot. No, that's unfortunate. You normally get through that room with only one fight. Okay, no fight in that room kind of makes up for it.
Good old Randwich. Yep. One thing I don't love about where I have my computer desk set up is that the afternoon sun is right in my lines. A little annoying that I have to keep menuing to restore Ryu's AP. On the other hand, this is definitely not the worst fight we could be getting, so I guess I take it. Okay, only one fight in there is fine. Attack up and attack defender. Shh, hate that text box. Always one earlier than I think it should be. Egg better. Okay. So because he attacked Rand, our strat for the second fight is going to be Thunder Dragon. Cool. Okay, that was clean enough, other than the dialogue bit, but that only loses a couple seconds. Down, heal Ryu to full AP, and then cure 2 everyone. Good. Last room, no fight, please. Excellent. Okay, so puzzle, and then I'll think about my next menu. Holy Scarf to Ryu. Fast Shoes to Blue. Sure, you heard that. Oh. Yeah, for the most part, I'm really happy with the location of our new apartment. I will say, though, I don't love that for whatever reason, we just seem to be the main street for fire trucks. Through whatever quirk of city layout, all the fire trucks seem to go down our street when they're on their way to something. Okay, parallel, attack up, rand, attack right, copy bottom, fire up. Parallel. Attack up, rand, attack right. Nope. There, yeah. It's puppy bottom, fire up. Okay, it would be cool if Rand would load up some crits. Make my strat look good. Freeze on Ryu. That's fine. The pupper. Punch. And no crits, okay. So, scramble, defend, attack that one, defend. Fire up. I'm still getting comfortable with these inputs, so it's a little slower than it could be. Nice time save. The main upside of that strat is it almost completely removes the crit RNG that the old strat had. The old strat is as fast as this, maybe even a hair faster, but it's dependent on Ryu critting the guard eye. You can kill Old Man. It is recommended that you don't, but you are capable of it. Unfortunately, there are not still 2 more minutes to save, so sub 6 is not on the table. Alas. But, like, we got pretty close, huh? If nothing else, this run is a very convincing demonstration of the fact that sub 6 is possible. In fact, based on this run, it looks like sub 6 is not even that hard. That's disgusting luck after memory. Blink, I have disgusting luck every run. That's just normal luck. Okay, so step 1, cook the dinker. Thank you. Okay, and now we fly the town. Oop. I always forget that screen exists. Okay. Wise ball. The gate. Basically a walking lottery. I mean, yeah, but I live the downside as well as the upside. If you employ lottery strats, sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes you'll get dunked on. Such is life. Hey, Rebel, good to see you. It is going pretty well. But I mean, there's still the cat strat. It is still possible for this to go tragically wrong. Yeah, natural ones are always possible. We live and we die by the cat strat. Okay, exit, Warp Cotland. And warp to gate. Rand Blejean, Rand in front. Look, Sid, don't jinx me too hard, okay? We still have to cat strat. Sometimes you just lose 3 minutes in the cat strat. I am going to do the coward save, though. I'm in the sweet spot where this is realistically not a sub-6 pace. And even if I die once in the cat strat, I'm so far ahead that I could still comfortably get a sub-6 10. So it makes sense to do the safety save. Even if I die once, I will actually still use, like, I'll reload and still be happy with the time. If this run were like a minute further ahead, I would not coward save, because then it's starting to get into the sub-6 range. But I think we're just not quite there. I don't believe that there's 2 minutes left to save in the run, especially because the PB had a very, very strong Barberry split. Like, I expect we lose time over the rest of the run rather than gain it. I do love how the Nintendo translators managed to get Hulk into Habaruku. They're off by 3 whole syllables. Oh, you are unlikely to see me ever run Breath of Fire 3 or 4. Okay, normal attack, G-Dragon. Like, normal attack, G-Dragon. Attack up ramp. Emblem Rapier. Go, equip. Fire Rock. Okay, there's enough left. Drenu! That's what we want to see. I have not run one, blinked in. But that's enough. Yeah, the frog is helping. Okay, baby pattern. Nice. Can't complain about that. Come on, Rand, where are the crits? Rand, buddy. Pal. You gotta do better than that. You can do better on that. Oh, by the way, the 952 is fake. I did Patty and Cat in a different order in the PB for no good reason.
I don't know why. I just brain farted. So the 1027 is the real time. You can do better on that split if Ren crits. It can save you a couple Fire Rock animations. Yeah, that's true. Jean did kill Steel, didn't he? Silly little frog. There we go. Remember to equip Cat this time? The only reason that was an issue last time is because I did my shopping in the wrong order. This time I had Cat in the party when I shopped, so she already has her equipment. Okay, Dinka Ryu twice. W fruits on Ryu and Bleu, help BL on Ryu. Exit. Dinkers, Dinker Ryu, Dinker Ryu. Clean. Click one too many times. Ryu, Rand, Blue Cat. And safety save. Been a hot minute since I did one of those. Okay, so normal formation, we're attacking Bleu, attack Rand, attack up Ryu, medicate Rand. Okay. Normal, Bleu, Rand, Ryu, medicate. Aw, that would have been nice. So with that. Hey, cut that out. Friggin' nerds. Oh my goodness, this this has been off to a better start. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Alright, we're good. A little messy, but good enough. The double buff strat just makes it so much nicer. Hey, Blink, well done. That's unlucky. Alright, danger room number 1. Good. No one can truly forget the Breath of Fire 2 encounter rate, huh? The verdict is dangerous. Okay, Frisbee. That could have been worse. And crotch cam baby. I like it. I'm looking forward to it, Blink. And easy. Nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2. I don't know why you were all worried. The really dangerous thing is when the Gannett uses attack up on the daddy rather than on itself. We actually did get that pattern in the practice run 2 weekends ago. We survived just through a dodge, but it got pretty spooky. Oh, well, that makes up for it. Okay. One more. Hmm. Rude. Okay, danger room. Cross your fingers for me. Big money, no whammy. This room is so spooky.
The encounter rate of legends. Oh, this is a good walk. Okay, looks like we're just going to lose a tiny bit of time, which makes sense because we didn't have a daddy fight in the PB. Almost there. $528.32 in Delogany. That is pretty good. I'm gonna do the second coward save. Same reasoning as before. That way, if we get an unlucky karm, we have insurance. So now the only real question is going to be, how does our random encounter luck look like on the way down to Blueberry? Well, yeah, you had a cat wipe, right? You got daddied. Makes sense that you'd lose about 4 to 5 minutes from that. Nice Taz, dude. Thank you, man. I put a lot of effort into it. Oh, if you got an early daddy, that's not so bad, yeah. The late daddy is the worst. You have to redo the whole thing. I do kind of love how opaque our lingo would be to a casual viewer who is not familiar with either Breath of Fire 2 or The Run. Like, late daddy versus early daddy. What? Huh? Oh, right, and then you revived the party and you fought your way down. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, so since we have a little cutscene here, Dan, what's going on is our cat has an almost guaranteed run against every enemy in the game, or like every enemy in the dungeon, except Gannets. Gannet have max agility, and therefore we have minimum run chance. Oh, hi, Aldera. Now you will learn. Run chance is determined mostly by like your speed versus the enemy speed. So the Gannets, which have max speed, cause you to almost never run away successfully. Now, that's not a problem because you can kill the Gannets in one hit with an item, and the Gannets themselves are not threatening. However, Gannets usually come paired with a Daedalus, which is the big blue golem thing, and he is threatening. He can hit you hard enough. Even if it doesn't kill you, it can put you in low HP, which causes you to lose your shaman form, which causes you to lose the huge speed boost, which is making the run strategy possible. So if you get knocked into critical HP and lose the transformation, then your run is no longer guaranteed from all of the other enemies in the dungeon. So if you have to fight a Gannets plus Daedalus encounter, the strategy is to use the item to kill off the Gannets, cross your fingers and pray that you don't get hit into critical HP from the Daedalus, and then continue with running. Because once the Gannets are dead, you're back to having a guaranteed run. So you need to survive one daddy action. So hence all of the chatter about Daddy, which is nickname for Daedalus, which is the enemy that causes the bad times. Now you know learning has happened. Okay, so we need to get to the door. In addition to the Gannet problem, there are no more daddies on this screen, but now there are Karm. Karm are fast enough that you're not guaranteed run, it's just a pretty likely run. And what the hell was that walk? That was like, okay, well, that is the spooky fight. It is possible to fail that escape. However, just get lucky, idiot.
Yeah, that was a really good walk. So now we have a little 5-minute cutscene here. Surprised the game updates the run chance mid-fight. Man, we would be so boned if it didn't. There is absolutely no chance of Cat actually beating a Daedalus in honorable combat, so if you fought one, you would just have to revive the whole party, and then kill them off again after the fight, which would be terrible. Yeah, that's a little visual glitch, Sid. I don't know why, but it doesn't do any harm, so... For whatever reason, the stairs on that screen are kind of funky. You know, it just Breath of Fire 2, intended behavior. Okay, so the fact that we made it here means that now anything that goes wrong is my fault. It also means that the 2 safety saves were completely unnecessary and I'm a coward. I am a coward. You see those 3 seconds that we lost on the Delagony split? That was the safety save. I'm a coward. I will wear my hat of shame. That said, assuming no shenanigans in the remaining half an hour, I'm very happy with this run. Both just like, it's a great time. I think I played well for the most part. But also, I'm really happy to have a good reference video, finally. Like, I never got off route. All my previous any percent runs had at least one shenanigan. Can I make any equipment errors? I mean, I could, but I will not. I am going to be very careful that Ryu gets the fast shoes before we leave here. One nice thing about the reroute, though, is, Are you crazy? Lucky, or is there some encounter manip happening? You mean right now? Right now, there are just no random encounters. This is basically a cutscene that you have to play manually. The worst kind of cutscene. If you mean overall, no, just a normal amount of a little lucky. But, like, luckier is possible. Yeah, we are keeping the encounter rate as low as possible, and we're keeping our lead-off attack rate as high as possible, but, like, despite that, this is only a good run, not a god run. Oh, yes, also, if you are playing casually and not using smokes, then you will be getting more encounters, because the smokes do actually work. They just don't work as well as marbles from Breath of Fire 1 do. Yeah, the main thing that causes Breath of Fire 2 to be an absolute hellhole of random encounters isn't just the encounter rate being high, it's also a lot of maze dungeons where, like, if you're not a speedrunner and you don't have the route memorized, yeah, you are going to do a lot of extra fights just exploring.
That's the main improvement that the GBA version made is a lower encounter rate and more rewards per encounter. So you can do the same amount of exploring, you'll have fewer fights, but you won't be under-leveled or poor. Which is good. Like, as a casual experience, definitely the GBA version is a better design. It's just a shame about the audio. The audio is kind of crunchy. Also, in the GBA version, you can just hold B to move at double speed, which also cuts down on the trudgery. Anyway, what I was saying earlier, one nice thing about the reroute here is we do all of our Barberry equipment setup at the beginning of the walk down after Anthony. Once we do that, like, we don't need to then juggle our equipment a second time in front of Blueberry. All we need to do is put Ryu in front. The 7 seconds we lost is just the coward save, of course. Okay, now it is Fast Shoes on Ryu, taken off of Bleu, Holy Scarf to Bleu, and Bleu in front. Not a great fight, because we have to sit through their spell animations. But it was a decent walk, I think, so not too bad. We're going to be at the mercy of random encounter RNG between here and Barberry. Meowstic incoming? That would be something, wouldn't it? Okay, only one fight on that screen is good. Although it does mean that I didn't use my ice chunk. Lol. Okay, Poisoned? I have cure-alls. You got one, you're on. You can't actually do much with it because Cat's usually busy healing, but it is cool. Okay, I'm gonna check these Spirios. Cure all. We take that. Two fights is average.
Not a great fight, but... Okay, the fact that they didn't spellcast helps a lot, because the spellcasts are really slow and the attack animation is much faster. I think each spellcast animation is about 8 seconds. Ooh, Blue's still kind of squishy. Okay, fighting here is normal. Seven on cat is nice. Unlucky. Basically every other fight in here is better than these things. The rest of the split goes normally. I'm going to estimate losing about 2 minutes. Yeah, this is quite bad. Oh my goodness. Like, there are other fights down. There are better fights. Ay, ay, ay. Both a lot of encounters and bad encounters. We will get to reclaim a little bit of that time because we don't have to pick up the dragon armor. Yeah, there's a 28 on Ryu. But like, there's several fights to go. That's way earlier than necessary. Where are all the lead-off attacks and the good random encounters? It's taunting me! Okay, no hail though, that's good. If these things only ever attacked, then they would be much better. It's the spell animations that are the problem. 28 on cat. Yeah, no lead-offs, dude. I mean, it's a lead-off. You know what? Fuck it. Sure. Shoot. Normally you'd Fire Rock these things, but I only have exactly enough Fire Rocks for Barberry. Yeah, at level 28 you don't need the dragon armor. Okay. Ryu in front. Full everything, yeah. Clean, filter. There's vanilla extract. There's the wise balls. There's W fruits. I have 7 fire rocks. Yeah, okay. Dragon defend. Fireball. I'll always take that dialogue just a little slow. Okay. Moondrop. Whoop. Okay, let's be clear, the world record hasn't been murdered yet. The run is still going, and we are going to lose a couple minutes on this split, because that walk was ass. But it's alright. Okay. G-Dragon. Moondrop. Wise Ball Ryu. Oh, we're already losing time. Yeah, a couple minutes is going to be the diagnosis. Oh well. What can you do, eh? Sometimes you get a first try shortcut, sometimes you get oops, all carms. Like, if I want to not risk this happening, I can just do the old Death Warp strat. It's just that on average, this is better. And in the best case, it's way better. You know, live by the Gamba, die by the Gamba. G-Dragon. Moondrop. Ryu. I'm not even sure what you mean by swag walk, Sid. Oh. Swag walk versus catch up. Okay. Had not heard that terminology before. But yeah, this is, like, all of this time loss is just very bad random encounters. Essentially the worst possible. We got more fights than average, we got fewer leadoffs than average, and they were almost all the worst possible fight. Okay, it's gonna be more like losing 7 or 3, 2.5 minutes. G-Dragon. Rock. Yeah, Valzin, they were awful encounters. You can just go back and compare this to the previous PB, and, like, it's dramatic how much slower it was.
Even if you don't believe the time in front of your face, you can just go and witness what a good Barberry walk looks like. Nice Sacred Shield. Losing 3 minutes on one split, that's incredible. Hey, Blink. Hey, no fight there is nice. Just means you can shave 3 minutes a good run? Yeah, exactly. Hero BT for Rand? Rand's already got Hero BTs. The Hero BTs are for Ryu. But we don't equip them until we're at the door for strategy reasons. Because there are enemies in here where Ryu's fast shoes still help him outspeed. So we do it that way. I ordered my inventory, didn't I? Wasn't supposed to do that. Now the vanilla extract's not going to be in slot 1. It shouldn't be too far down, I think it's right after the Help Yells, but it is optimal to be in slot 1. Yeah, GBA requires a little less finesse in that way. Like, any percent gives you everything you need, but you do need to take advantage of it, rather than just having it handed to you. Well, we're not sub-6ing, but we are going to be sub-6 into the Death Evan fight. Oh, Blink, what did you do? Put it on top of your PC. Nice. Well, I mean, we obviously... I'm not going to say that we lost 3 minutes on the Barberry split, because my previous Barberry split was incredibly lucky. Like, I'm almost always losing time on that split regardless, it's just I was expecting to lose a minute, not 3 minutes. But there's time to save on that split. There's time to save in the early game, because my early game was just fine. It wasn't incredible. In particular, up through Tagwoods was pretty not good. And obviously we can save a minute by not having Nina die in the Guardian first time. And then there's just little bits of, like, I can Rand Bonk less, I can menu better. Things like that. So, like, this is going to be a 605-ish, depending on how cooperative Tendix here is. So this is a 605, and we've identified roughly 5 minutes of time to save.
which is like, that's what we were after. We wanted to proof of concept for the sub 6. You can see where we're going. Now, granted, I can't just dial in the first try shortcut every attempt, but we'll work on it. The point is to not get this kind of luck every single run. The point is to do enough runs that A, I improve as a player, and B, I do get lucky again, and then the next time I get lucky, I take better advantage of it, because I'm a better player. Like, definitely I threw away a couple of minutes over the course of the run just with slow menus and rand bonks. Movement errors, stuff like that. Incorrect decisions in Death Warp fights and stuff like that. So the better I get, the more likely it will be that the next time I get a lucky run, I'll be able to pilot it to a sub 6. But putting all of those considerations aside, this is like the benchmark I was aiming at when I was saying, like, I just want to get a good run. This is a good run. I will be happy to run against this in the future, and it is kind of nice that we have a 2 to 3 minute time save just chilling, hanging out at the end of the run. Okay, Scrambo, G-Dragon, attack up. There are no fire rocks to use, so I might as well throw that ice chunk. It's a decorative ice chunk, but whatever. Scramble. G-Dragon, attack up. Ice chunk. It is kind of cool that we were basically within 1 of our fire rock count. If we had just gotten the Dragoons fight rather than the Skeleton fight, we would have had the use for the ice chunk. We would have been like exactsies for our combat item route. Okay, so we're at 15. This will be 25. And here's the 6-hour mark. Goodbye, sub 6. We'll get you next time. Okay, so that's 32. Okay. The death. Excellent. I think that was 22. Six. 8. 13. That's unfortunate. 32. 34. 37. I shouldn't have attacked with Ryu. Yeah, I got punished for that. What was my count at? 38, I think, so 39. Fuck. Yeah, 42 to 43 sounds right. Thank you, Nitrodon. Say 47. 59. 51 means we're out of danger for the thing. He shouldn't be disappearing anymore if we're counting right. Yeah, there's a bone placer, so 51 sounds right. Five, 59. Okay, we got over halfway through the fight before the first Van extract. That's pretty impressive. Hey, he lives. 61, 64, 69. F, on the ground with you. 71, 73. Some crits from Rand would be great. 7. It's really slowed down. $75. 80, 82, 84. Nine, 1, 5. Okay, that's good. This turn should kill him. I guess the only thing he could have done to really piss in my biscuit would have been a death on Rand. Not only did we sub 610, we sub 605 while we're at it, just for good measure. And got a cheeky little Glod. Holy moly! Yeah, when I said grinding for sub 610, I expected there to be at least a little bit of grind, but that was literally second try. We did it! Yeah, your turn, Blink. Boot him up. Thanks, Pac. Thank you so much, everyone. Wondered if making or using a biscuit for phase 2 is worth it. If you happen to have a biscuit, yeah, that's worth using. But I would not be going out of my way to make one. Better sub 6 next time. I mean, it's clearly possible. Just between the Baruberry split, the Nina death, and a couple of Rand bonks. Like, that's 5 minutes. Plus, like, the early game. You can also see where the first try shortcut happened. We lost some time here. Yeah, our whole, like, High Fort, Mount Maori section was not great. Our whale was a tragedy. I forgot about that. Blink, have you ever seen 7 random encounters in the fucking whale? Legit the worst whale I have seen in my life. I have seen many. Our gold fly was a little slow because I forgot to use a smoke for a while, but that's whatever. We lost a minute on Terrapin just because the random encounters sucked, and then, like, the early game was not great. So I have had, like, Corsair paces that were almost 2 minutes better than this. So that is another way you can grind for sub 6, is just reset until you get a crazy pace out of Corsair. It's out of cap, really.
because Tag Woods is obviously very variable too. So like get a really, really nutty post-cat time, that also helps. Oh, I'm really happy with that. So now I'm going to have to make choices because there's all of the other Breath of Fire stuff that I've been putting on the back burner. I mean, I was intending to put it on the back burner for weeks because I thought this would take a while. But there's getting the Japanese world record, which considering all of the route improvements should not be difficult, so I will probably just hammer that out. And then there's the meme runs. There's the Nina solo, there's the Hundo, there's randos. So I'm going to have to decide whether I want to like do those next or just immediately start grinding the sub 6. We'll see. I will play it by ear, by which I mean I will just do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the boss. BoF 2 Hundo. I have routed BoF 2 Hundo. I've never run it because, good God, it sounds terrible. But, like, the route exists. The rule set is decided. Yeah, every time Blink takes my PB, I come back. But, this run is exactly why I did not want to sit on the 612, because I knew the 612 was hot crash. Extreme garbo. Not high quality gameplay. Another thing I'm probably going to do, which in theory I guess I could do on stream, but probably won't, was go through my notes and this route and like just make improvements. Not so much that I expect to make route changes, it's just improving my notes so that I don't have to think about as much when I'm running. Booting up test stream, I am psyched. So I guess if Blink is going to get dinner first, then I can't literally raid him, but this is a raid in spirit. Everyone in chat is instructed to go stretch, hydrate, get a snack, and then come back and watch Blink stream. You'll go live? Okay, you'll go live so I can raid you, and then you can go and get dinner, and chat can hang out. That's a good plan. And we have a good ending. Excellent. Oh, right, I should advertise. Monday morning, I think about 7 a.m. Eastern time, you can translate to your local time zone. We are playing Breath of Fire 2 Game Boy Advance Edition for a really, really long-a-thon. Sid will be commentating. So you can come and enjoy the double yap at ungodly hours. Also, just before I run off and eat, because good lord am I hungry, huge appreciation to everyone who just hangs out and chats while I play a video game for 6 hours straight. I'm sure many of you have other things you could be doing with your time, and I'm very flattered that this, of all things, is what you choose.
Also, the real MVP is Mrs. Charles, because I was not originally intending to stream today, and she said that I should. So basically, this is like a 50% split world record, half me, half Mrs. Charles. Thank you, Dan. Also, I suppose I should do a quick scroll up in the chat. Okay. Rapid fire. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Valzin. Thank you, Blink. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Rubble. Thank you, Pax. No, thank you, Pax. Fuck off. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Nitrodon. I think that's everyone. And also, thank you to everybody who chatted previously. Thank you, Fireball. Thank you, Gangrel. Sorry, Pax. I love you. But also, you never stream. You don't visit. You never call. Consider this a reminder that you live literally down the street from me. Visit sometime. Okay, thank you, Pax, because we got first try Roach both runs today. Therefore, this run was blessed by Pax. Thank you, Pax.